What's up, guys? Wobbly Rig coming at you live with forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah. Just gonna go on an airplane. If I get blown out of the air, I get blown out of the air. So yeah, coming at you live with some Wobbly Thunder. Hope you guys enjoy it. Man, it's just been super weird lately. But yeah. Still dealing with the passing of my relative. And yeah.
Our victory is near.
I don't expect to win in this game. I just expect to do something. Bare minimum.
Need backup. The Allied forces have captured a zone.
So, yeah, for me it's not really about that was a helicopter round. That's another helicopter round. That's another helicopter round. That's another helicopter round. Come on, bro. That motherfucker better go down with that blow that I literally gave him. High explosive shouts.
Bravo! Awesome!
A low flying, dodged about 3 ATGMs.
Thank you very much. I agree!
On the floor.
A little more effort and victory will be yours.
Far left side. Maybe around the E6 area or F6 area. On the floor, far left side in E or F6 area. Oh, if the bastard crashes and blow up somewhere, I'll get some XP out of it. Like literally, when I say low, I mean like they're on the floor. say low to the ground, I mean wheels touching as they roll across slowly.
Let's keep the pressure on. Victory is close.
Let's see if this A10 can spot them, because I know they're lying low there somewhere. That's good horsepower there. Since this A10 is flying around low enough, I can literally act as an AWACS. Took minor damage from some 50 cals.
Pressure on. Victory is close.
So I got another random crate. Could be piling into P61C. That thing's got a lot of machine guns on board. B-26B-10 is a pretty reliable aircraft. Pretty reliable simply because of its cannon size. And you got the B-26B-50. This one's got mostly that on it. It doesn't have an offensive armament larger than 12.7. It can take HVAR rockets, but that won't really do you any good. With the B-26B with a 37mm, the B-10 model versus the B-50. The B-50 contains more 50 cals. The B-10 is more of a strike aircraft used for anti-tank warfare. Then you got the PBJ-1 and you got the PBJ-1H, and this one's also an interesting one. It carries an offensive 75, giving you 104mm on armor penetration. Its ammunition speed only travels at 618 meters a second, so you got a pretty good distance before it starts to fall off. And you got high explosive shells for ground targets. But the mix of both gives you both armor piercing and high explosive capability with its 75mm cannon. But the 75mm cannon comes built in, so it's a pretty good ground attacker. The B-10 version can travel slightly faster than its PBJ relative with a 75. The AM-1 is also a good ground attacker, and so are the AD-2 Sky Raider systems and its AD-4 Sky Raider. There's another kind of Sky Raider, which is literally right here, the A2D1, but this one's called the Sky Shark, but it's based off the Sky Raider. Then you got the F3D1, which there's an actual designation for it, but I don't remember the name. So, yeah. There are plenty of really good aircrafts that you could use while you're playing this game to really more or less handle some business. And it's pretty good to use them to handle the business because it pretty much cuts out the middleman entirely. Just gotta be able to find the target. Yeah, I'm still dealing with certain things. Like, look, there are things that I knew in life about my relative, and I've seen him do a lot of things. But what I don't understand is that there's nothing I can do about it. But, you know, I ended up in an argument with my family last night about the well-being and the ideological state that my brother was in. I knew he was capable of doing something for himself in life. It's just like, I know he's a grown man and stuff, but it's just, I guess I didn't expect that. I know I didn't expect it, but I knew he was capable of it. But I figured talking with my brother and trying to help him through his problems would help him out. And believe me, it did. For a little bit, it helped him out. But it just didn't help him out enough. Residents can understand, fathom the idea of what went through his head. I've spoken to him so many times about what's going on in his head.
Attention to the designated grid square.
The truth is, my brother became increasingly miserable.
Victory is near.
And that's really the truth. My brother became painstakingly miserable. He no longer lived without somebody he loved, and it became worse. Yes, I got family members who think they know what will be best for him. They honestly didn't. And that was the issue that I had to face. It's just like, I knew my brother wasn't right in the head or right in the mind anymore, but talking to him helped him. I helped him stop being the way he was for a little while. But I told him, you know, he's gonna have to seek like mental institution for help. Stuff like that. I spoke to him about a lot of these things. get your punk ass on the roll at that SPA job, dude, your ass is gonna be completely fucking useless to me in 40 seconds. Fuck you. I bet you want to watch old episodes of Jag too, bro. Oh God. What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened, bro? What happened? What happened? I thought you had this. What happened, man? What happened? Oh shit, what happened?
The enemy is winning. We've got to
Well, obviously the enemy's winning. I'm not winning over here simply by existing. You know, I'm not Superman. I ain't winning by extension, you fucking moron.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Great, the bastard didn't render in. Thanks guys, you really did your fucking job right there. So fucking brain damage. So much fucking brain damage. Well, just gonna have to freaking hover around here and try to figure this shit out myself.
The enemy is winning. We must counterattack.
No, come on guys, you guys are supposed to be the almighty dummies. Good shit. Somebody lobbing high explosives straight at the base. So how did somebody lob a high explosive round from here, like from way over there to the straight to the helicopter pad? I don't know if anybody saw that. But literally a high explosive round went all the way from wherever the hell it came from, straight up into the base. Man, I'm just throwing away Silver Lions playing this game like that. Yes, and should I take the Tortoise tank and just try to use that to take out some armor? I'd be throwing away about 500 plus K. And I only got 1049, 588. Man, that's really hard to decide. Seriously though, my stomach actually legit hurts. I'm gonna try pouring money into getting Wally over here. Wally. Sally Duncan. I don't know. I'm gonna miss my brother. Boop. Not much I can't say. I'm gonna miss my brother. Could sit here all day and talk about it, but I'm not sure what good that'll do me. To be honest with some of you, I'm really not sure what good that'll do me to talk about my recent relatively fast. I don't know. It's like you lose one of the funniest members in the family.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Mobility kill.
Really, bro? Mobility kill. Yeah, you're nice enough to put a mountain there, right there. Wasn't even driving to one. Pretty sure I just saw a helicopter take off from the other spawn.
The enemy is winning.
this thing if I want to actually make it.
We're ahead of the enemy.
I was never gonna make it on time. I have to catch them when they're coming in or on their way out.
Enemy forces have captured a zone. Another zone captured. We have the advantage.
I know that wasn't a MiG-15 I was shooting at. So it definitely has to be something else.
Objective will be ours.
If the A-10's over there, that means this dude's still around. I think I was shooting at a German G91. It could have been a GR4 model. Or it could have been the French version of the G91 with afterburners. The twin engine version of it. Because I know there's another version of the G91, or it looks like a G91, but it's got afterburners on the baby. I don't think that's a friendly drone. Oh no, it is. With the arrow poking at it.
Oh, thanks. Need backup.
Alright. I guess we're gonna move into Charlie because I don't have a choice. I just feel partially exposed. If I check my surroundings, I might be able to make it.
Attack the C point. Thank you.
Bro, you got annihilated by a Grepard. FAM 1128 did the heavy lifting. It's like I'll just roll in having to worry about firing rockets at an armored unit
Victory
then.
will be ours.
Once we decapped it. It's got the engine smoke system for it too. I'm not really making too much. But I will be buying a very nice tank pretty soon. And it's going into this baby. The HSTVL. This ultra lightweight pile of garbo has the survival ratio of the M8 LAC, meaning M8 car. It could take a few rounds. Which reminds me, I've legit blown this thing up more times with the M8 LAC than I've actually done with any other vehicle in the game. If you wonder what the M8 LAC is, it's this thing. I've blown that thing up, this little armored car. On the American tech tree, it's a rare little car. But over there in the Chinese tech tree, this little car is not so rare. However, the M8 LAC was used in combat. I think it was also in Vietnam, besides whatever war we participated in. I can't remember what it was, but it's a nice little car. It's very fast. I happen to like it. It's got an 8-mile-an-hour reverse gear. How many horses does it have? Well, it got under 100. But with full engine spec, it's going to have over 150, I hope. Nope. This thing's going to be pushing exactly 100 horsepower for the power to weight ratio of 7.9 tons. Divvy up that one right there in your power to weight ratio. The M3 is also another pretty good one. The M8 HMC, well, it's a nice vehicle, but it's a mortar cartridge system, so it's sort of all over the place, but it can deal. Now, when you think M8 HMC, what I think when I see that little tank is I see the metal slug tank. So I've played it before, and all I see is the metal slug tank. So I genuinely enjoy it too. I've gotten a few freaking 10.0 kills with that thing. But that's because of its ridiculous high rate of fire, which I think is reload like 3.6 seconds for that little motor cartridge system that it has, which is a mortar. If you want a decent vehicle, you got the M1128 Striker, which is this one right here, and then you got the M1128 Wolfpack, which is the one with I think slat armor. It's got extra armor. Do keep in mind that friendlies can no longer blow off the ERA and protective material off of friendly tanks. This right here is the M1A1 or the M1 KVT package, which doesn't really do much other than add aesthetics. So an already powerful tank. The KVT package is actually a derivative version of it, which allows you to make it look like a Soviet tank vehicle. Hey, thanks, buddy. It was already hard enough to see, but you made it harder. Time to shoot a second time. Sounds like a fucking load of particles, bro. Sounds like a load of barnacles. There we go. Now nobody can hit me. Now I'm officially a Soviet vehicle. Low profile, always smashing your bottom of the tank on the ground. Yeah. Creating sparks while on the roll. Soviet.
Attack the B point.
Yeah, imagine making a superhero called Soviet Jones. If he got blown up, that means old boy is hanging out over there.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
Bro, if you don't ever tell me where you're being capped on, I'm never gonna freaking know who's capping the shit out of you.
Attention to the map.
Attention to the map.
Attention to the designated grid square.
Attack the C point.
Oh, wait, bro, you're right there. SPAA, so intelligent. Oh, God, you're so intelligent. You make my brain cell die immediately. You give me testicular cancer. Seriously. You give me testicle cancer, bruh.
If we don't do something fast, the enemy will
Seriously, I've known a family member who had testicle cancer. He said after a while he couldn't really feel it. Well, that's because most of the nerve endings there were dead.
enemy forces have captured a zone. We have most of the zones.
Come on, bro, what's my Fortnite battle pass? Oh, man. Oh, man, dude, you know. I'm just gonna chill here until these guys start doing the job. It's gonna be pretty hard to want to do mine.
Forces have captured a zone.
You know, Yavoy over there is not doing too well. Kind of reminds me back when I did my Marvin the Martian. You're making me very angry. Kind of goes on to sound like Kermit after a while. I wish I had a better microphone because then I could really start doing my voice acting again. Believe it or not, Wobbly has done a few commercials for national television. They paid a little bit,
More pressure on the enemy.
not a lot, just enough to get by.
Need cover.
You need some cover, bro? So do I. Okay. bro. I thought somebody fired a legit freaking bomb at me. Yo, Joe.
Most of the zones are under enemy's control.
G.I. Jose.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Thank God it's all friendlies. I was actually legit getting flashbacks for a second. I thought I was about to turn real ugly in a matter of seconds and it was about to get bad.
Attention to the map. Attention to the map.
If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win.
I can't really pull out right now.
Reloading.
Attack the B point.
Reloading.
Well, at least this dude can protect me for the time being. While the attention shuffles to him for a little bit, I'll be just fine. That was just lucky. There was no way in hell I was actually ever going to really get anything else other than that.
Attention to the map.
Seriously, when I say that was lucky, that was really just lucky guessing and good work and ethics. Well, hopefully I can fly over and drop everything I got on board.
If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win.
This aircraft essentially travels the same speed as the A-10 Warthog. It's an A-32 jet. Better be ready to freaking fire the main cannon.
The enemy has captured most of the strategic zones.
I didn't really bring a sufficient helicopter for combat. Well, somebody's trying to clip them. Looks like the A-32 chose to kamikaze. core. I gotta make that turn. This is a strike aircraft. It's got a 37mm cannon on board, and it just cleared out that Puma. I took a bit of tail section damage, and I should go repair because if I get shot again, I'm gonna lose my actual rudder along with the back half of this plane. And then all the weight will shift forward because the engine's the heaviest thing on board. I got lucky with that Puma only using APF SDS rounds, which means they flew straight through the canopy. Rather than to take out the entirety of the canopy, they went right past both pilots and right past the rear gunner.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Before I fly back to the base.
Returning to the base.
Well, he's telling me 2 Pumas are going to A. Well, I'm not getting anywhere as close to that air base area. I need to go back to base and repair. It's risky to fly back, so the scout will have to handle it.
Attention to the map.
Yeah, the helicopter has to handle it because I can't be handling it. He's in the Scout AH Mark I, which means he has the technology to do the job.
Need cover.
Look, bruh. I need to get my happy ass landing on the ground for some repairs.
Attention to the designated grid square.
Attention to the designated grid square.
Gotta repair. No ifs, no ands, no whats, no whats.
Awesome.
Defend the B point.
Gotta repair this baby, and then once I'm done, I'm gonna fly right back out there and try to get the other Puma. Even though this thing does fly slowly at this BR, there's a pretty good chance you can make it to the battlefield. Ironically enough, I was fighting the Mi-28 earlier, avoiding literally ATGMs that was shooting at me. So it didn't take too much to dodge. And since this vehicle has 2 heat signatures, meaning 2 engines that generate a heat signature, it's not enough for a helicopter to really lock onto and shoot down. So you can avoid most ATGM fire with this thing. At least from what I've seen.
More pressure on the enemy. They're winning.
Somebody's taking a shower. Either that or there's a really big rodent in the wall. I could literally hear it just banging on the outside of his headphones. Unless somebody's standing outside of my door banging on the door and I'm not paying a goddamn attention. Well, if somebody's banging on the outside of my door and you think you can come inside of my house, just so you know I'm armed and dangerous. It's always good to state that. Hold on while I grab my gun. Thank God it's only somebody taking a shower. You'd be surprised at the cost of materials on firearms nowadays dropping, and so does the quality.
I agree.
So, you know, if your gun ever sounds a little out of the ordinary, it sounds like it's made of plastic, it's very likely that it's not. But there's using a very state-of-the-art plastic made with, I believe, carbon fibers or material very strong enough in order to handle combustion in a single firearm round. So, oh, I'm being shot at. Interesting. But yeah. This is a good game. And it just turns out somebody in my family's taking a shower. Gotta be careful when releasing the trigger. It's a Magnum. I prefer the Magnum because it's classic and it actually has been used in law enforcement. Although a Magnum is sort of a wild vehicle, not a wild vehicle, but sort of a, I guess you could say, Wild West legendary status type firearm. It's just that's what it is. Yeah, I have a Magnum. I like Magnums because of the 45 long Colt and stuff like that ammunition, and mostly because that Magnums are potent firearms. Like the 357 is sort of smallish, but because of its size and its general thing, like the Colt Python, Colt or Colt, however you pronounce it, is a pretty nice version of a firearm that I happen to like and stuff. But for me to find the particular model of the Python I'm looking for, it might be a little pricey and maybe out of my budget entirely. So for me, it's just that. In my neighborhood, the reason why people own firearms, and quote unquote, I'll tell you this, the reason why people own firearms in my neighborhood and why practically every house has a gun is because of the amount of wackos that came pouring out of California that came here and started trying to traumatize my local neighborhood. Because a lot of the wackos that were arrested, and the local sheriffs who live in this area I live in have even informed me, most of the whack jobs they've arrested who've done forced home invasions, burglaries, shooting at somebody's house randomly and stuff like that. Yeah, most of the people have been from California, and they're trying to spread their gang influence around here. Some kind of new gang tried to rear its ugly head into the local area, and they were getting shut down left and right. It's just really awkward. I can tell you that much. It's really awkward. In fact, some of them were like, I quote unquote would tell you this, in my local neighborhood area, the gangs were running an initiation. And when, I guess they were either Bloods or Crips or something like that came from California, they were running a type of initiation where they pick a random stranger, either walking in a group or by themselves. And this is like, when I say it's like no BS, I mean it's like no BS. They would pick a random person walking home from work or just out in a crowd. And the way you got pulled in for that gang is you had to freaking do a drive-by and shoot them up. And you got extra points if you shot other people. Like, that's like no BS. It shows that you were down. And that was sort of a thing that was going on like post 2017, and it still kind of goes on today, except for it's really been dwindled down a lot. And it was like super weird. Like, you think I'm BSing? Trust me, I'm not.
We are losing.
clear.
The
This
enemy
is
has
clear.
most of the strategic zones.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
That was just pure luck that my own drone managed to keep me during that reminder of where that turd was at.
Cover me.
Did bro just try to kamikaze that leopard? Well, I don't really feel like playing in this particular map, so I'm taking my airplane out.
The enemy controls most of the strategic zones.
I'm just gonna let you know now, I honestly don't feel like playing this particular map, so I'm gonna take my airplane out and suck up the rest of my points. But yeah, you'd be surprised, like I've seen some pretty crazy looking guns here and stuff in my state, and I gotta say, I've seen some that were made out of carbon fiber, some that were made out of this strange, extremely durable glass. And they're good for several rounds, like it doesn't shatter. It's like the indestructible bong material or something like that. But it was pretty weird. I've seen my fair share of weird shit in firearms. The last firearm I saw was like, and this is just like whenever I entered this place, like in my state, they got a store where they sell firearms, but they also sell suppressors. And you can look up in their catalog the make and model of suppressors or muzzle brakes you want to buy from this company. And it's a private company, but they mill all the material there. And it's like the finishing touches. The actual assembly, if they don't have it in stock, gets milled at their headquarters. Somewheres in the state. It's like super, super weird, but I mean, I've been there and I've bought my fair share. And it's not cheap, I'm going to tell you that now. There is no such thing as a cheap suppressor, unless you make it out of a fuel can, which I guess in this case would be in an oil filter system. Just keep in mind, if you're going to make a freaking makeshift suppressor, which I can't really explain to you the literal ins and outs of it, because it's actually against the law to explain how to make a makeshift freaking suppressor.
We no longer have the advantage.
It goes against some kind of regulation of some sort. I knew somebody who explained to people in my state on how to make makeshift suppressors, how to make a makeshift, you know, repeater for your Glock, so that way it turned your Glock from single fire to full auto, regardless of caliber. And yeah, that guy's behind bars now. So like, no BS, dude sitting behind bars. Have a nice day. What's up, bro? That's a MiG 27K. Nope, it's a MiG 25. Let's put on the combat flaps. Finna go head to head. Booyah! Enjoy that, boy.
We've lost. But next time, victory will be
Oh
ours.
man, that was sweet. That was pretty good exchange. But I had a thicker wing. Pays to have a bigger wing. But you want it to be a strike aircraft. The spars on a strike aircraft are likely stronger than the spars on a regular bomber aircraft. Although a bomber aircraft holds a much larger and heavier payload, a strike aircraft has to do dives. So I'm pretty satisfied I got a single tank kill with this thing in this game. Normally I can't even get that close to the battlefield without somebody trying to laser my ass from far away. So you know, if you've ever been there, you'd understand that entirely. Where you couldn't, like, how do you say it? It's like where you couldn't even get to the battlefield. And one of the big problems I face in War Thunder is whenever you can't even leave spawn because somebody decides to take off in a helicopter. And they're just sitting there camping your spawn and farming you guys from 1 or 2 kilometers away firing rockets. Like, some people legit take the time to sniper feed those rockets down the straights just so they can get you from out of spawn. And I used to be one of many of those people where I could sit like 1 or 2 kilometers from somebody else's spawn and be firing rockets and having them land like right on their vehicles and just take them out, or do enough damage to where they're sitting there like sitting ducks so that the team could roll in and just annihilate you while you're repairing your main cannon or fixing your engine, your tracks. I used to just sit there sometimes, but after a while it genuinely gets boring. Sure, that makes me a turd for sitting in somebody's spawn 1 or 2 kilometers away, which is unfair. So I started being more ethical about it, and I completely abandoned the idea of staying parked over somebody's spawn point. And I started just being more ethical about it because the economy was so bad in this game that it was super hard to make money. And the only way you could make money in this game is if you camped out on somebody's spawn. It's just sad. The economy got slightly fixed, however, some of the vehicles really didn't get reduced in price. And I'll point that out right now. This is at $12,900 and its max repair cost. However, it used to cost me, I think, 18,000 silver lions just to pull this thing out of the freaking, just to pull it out and use it. It used to cost me like 18,000 per every spawn. But it's much cheaper relative. They can hold about 114 rockets or something like that. Cost about 12,000. It's going to be about 12,500 once you get the covers, the G suit, and the boosters. It's going to be rather around that range. But other than that, this thing can hold 114 Far Mighty Mouse rockets. If you want the A4D1, the F4D1, which is not an F4 jet, but it's A-type, the Sky Ray would probably be a pretty decent add-on to your lineup. I personally like it because I use it at times. But I mostly use it for arcade battles because it's like, it could hold 4 missiles. It's got the tactical advantage over the F5C or the F5A, whatever that is, that I have. It literally has that tactical advantage over what I currently use. Do I like it? The answer is yeah, I like it way more than the F5. And one of the many reasons why is because its afterburners don't suck. That jet has early onset afterburners, but its afterburners aren't as bad as the F5. Because I had an issue with the F5 with the afterburners, because sometimes they didn't really help. They're supposed to give you that extra boost and thrust, but it wasn't helping. Another issue with the F5C is the fact that the particular firearms that are on board on it are like 20 mils. You got an acceptable amount of ammunition for it. doesn't deal enough damage when you're striking ground targets. I'm not sure if it has an air-to-ground radar, because that's the Freedom Fighter version, which is the prototype, if I'm not mistaken.
Attention to the map!
And don't get me wrong, I do like it, but its lineup and loadout is a little bit rocky for me. By the way, for a little bit of an update on Wobbly news for his personal existence in his life is, considering like small and mild situations and a late passing of my relative and stuff like that, can be pretty much handled within the next few days. So from Saturday all the way within 5 days from Saturday or less, it'll be ironed out. We'll be having a funeral. Some family members are really not invited. They know exactly why. You know, you're not supposed to open your mouth about that particular situation, because it was supposed to be like a close friends and family kind of gathering thing. Now the whole universe is trying to show up. I know there are a lot of people that love my brother and stuff, but my brother didn't talk to them because they were just bad for his health. And he knew it too. That's why he never spoke to him. So, you know, I don't blame my brother for not wanting some of these people there. If he was alive, maybe it would have been cool if they came just for partying and stuff, but probably not for everything else. Fortunately for me, I'm a kind of sensitive person. I love my brother a lot. But if you think I'm going to get sentimental and start crying on stream, the answer is no. I'm going to do exactly what he told me to do. And he told me, don't cry for him. If I really want to honor his memory, all I have to do is have a great time, party, and get super fucked up. Because he didn't want nobody to be sad. He was the kind of person to want you to be miserable. He wanted you to be happy. He wanted you to smile.
Artillery strike in your sector.
That much I will say. He's the kind of man who wanted you to smile, party, laugh, stuff like that. So, you know, I'll be doing live streams rather than posting content, because posting content requires editing time, and I just don't have the money to do the editing portion.
Mobility kill! Repairing! Hurry!
But yeah, you know, that's pretty much how he laid it out for me. If you're wondering why I'm making those sounds, because I'm literally trying to clear my throat without making it obvious.
Let's keep the pressure on.
I'm experiencing serious allergies inside of my own house. I was pretty much hugging the dog a few days ago,
Engine online. Thank you!
so it's still affecting me, because the dog was super oily. He hadn't taken a bath. I kind of wanted to take him a bath at our house. So if you guys want to see what dog I'm talking about, yeah, the dog's name is Axel, and if you really want to know his actual name, It's the actual name my brother gave him to him, and he goes by the name of Axel Foley. If you're wondering who Axel Foley is, it's from one of those 80s movies he liked watching, which was Beverly Hills Cop, apparently. He enjoyed it, so he started calling him Axel Foley. A fictional character that Eddie Murphy played in Beverly Hills Cop. I did a little bit of research into that name. I remember seeing it when I was little, Beverly Hills Cop, but I was too young to understand it. My dad was a fan of the movie Beverly Hills Cop. He said it was a really good movie. He really enjoyed it. It was pretty cool when I was watching it. I think it was an 80s movie. But yeah, my dad was a fan of the movie. Did they just drop bombs where I was at? If they did, I just narrowly avoided that. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie though, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been watching some really weird, cheesy, and corny 80s movies. And believe me, there really are some gems out there when you watch old movies. You'll find things that are funnier than today's comedies.
Keep it up and victory will be ours.
Now, if you're wondering if I've seen the movie, and by what I mean by the movie, I mean if you're wondering if I've seen the Barbie movie, the answer is both yes and no. I didn't finish it. The reason why I was seeing the Barbie movie is because lots of people, and including some friends, if you want to call them friends, were telling me that it was good. And a few people in another Discord server were telling me the movie was good, so I went to go see it, see if it really was good. I thought it was alright, even though I left, and I think it was before the middle or during the middle of the movie, so I never really finished it. I'm not gonna lie, I have no regrets not finishing it, because, you know, during that time it was sort of like what I would say would be classified as a family emergency. Because I just like, I had to like leave the whole theater and went outside. I was talking on the phone with my biological father. It turns out he went into surgery, so didn't really finish it. Should I go back and finish it? I have no idea if I should. If the movie didn't capture my attention for too long, it probably wouldn't be worth the finish. For me, it's like drinking soda. Sometimes if the soda isn't that good, I won't drink it or bother finishing it. It's like when I drink kombucha.
The enemy is controlling most of the zones.
Attention to the designated
I'm not gonna
grid
lie,
square.
I've drank kombucha before, but it's like sort of a weird tasting drink. It's like originally derives from India and stuff like that. Right by that Capitol building. But yeah, it's just like what it is. Like, kombucha is a nice drink and stuff like that. It helps clean out your system, not gonna lie, but it really throws off your taste buds. And I'm gonna tell you that now, kombucha sort of throws off your taste buds.
Most of the zones are taken by the enemy.
And for me, well, it's a nice thing to have every now and then, but to drink it entirely, it's like good in small quantities, I'll just tell you that now. But I wouldn't recommend you drink it on a daily basis. You might hurt your internal parts, like your organs, or you might hurt your guts drinking that stuff. Because kombucha is like fermented fruits, vegetables, and ginger. If your body doesn't settle too well with kombucha, you can get like serious heartburn from it. To where you might have to go to a hospital and get prescribed some antacids. versus the regular over-the-counter stuff. So, you know, do I recommend kombucha? Would I recommend it? I recommend it both yes and no. I'm about to bomb the crap out of this ocelot. Really, bro? You waited for that. You dropped it all off target. Killed him. Was that a drone trying to crash into me? That is so stupid. If he was trying to crash into me, that is stupid on a freaking scale of 1 to 10. Not gonna lie, that's pretty stupid. If you flew a drone to try to smash into me. Oh man. Not gonna lie, you know how many times people have tried to crash their drones when they didn't have like like I was saying, like legit, like I've had more people try to crash their completely empty payload drones into me more often than pretty much people crashing like small RC drones into me. I've had more UAV drone crashes into large scale airplanes than I've had actual small drone crashes whenever I was in the helicopters and stuff like that.
Attack the C point.
Come on, loser. I know you're right here.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
We no longer have the advantage. Allied forces have captured a zone.
Sounds like it's either a Chinese tank or a Russian tank. Could be Italian. Well, I guess I'll never know. What do you mean I left the battle? I didn't leave the battle, you freaking bastard. What the fuck happened? It's like I got kicked out of the game. Well, this bastard tried to take out everything I had. Oh well. At least I got the next gun on it. Ta-da! No more worrying about those silly 50 cals. Now I can use these twin 37s to wreak havoc on my enemies. And don't worry about it, I'll be drilling them with 76 millimeters of armor pen. And what is it? 3 millimeters of high explosive action? Yeah, that's pretty sad for an American 37. That's really sad. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Russian 37 millimeter. Yes, Russian 37 mils. Because this one's the 37 millimeter and the NS 37 cannon. It's about 3 millimeters on this one, but that's the aerial version of it. I think their aviation or the tank version of a 37 was a lot bigger. I could be wrong. This is 25. This is the first 37 you get access to. Yeah. This one's a lot more powerful. This is a self-destroying high explosive round versus the aerial vehicle self-destroying high explosive round. This one right here gives you 87, but that's because it's pure hypervelocity armor-piercing tracer rounds versus the standard 70mm BR-167T or APT, and then it keeps the UO-167 high explosive. And it's fragmentation incendiary tracer. So, in perspective, these would be pretty good if you were trying to blow out freaking helicopters and stuff. Although it's a single cannon, this one shoots, I think, slightly slower than the 25mm cannon, but I've used this to take out helicopters, but it takes an incredible amount of rounds to land on it. And you want to be using, you know, armor-piercing tracers, like armor-piercing tracer cores and stuff, because this 25mm, its high explosive action is 7mm. That's actually pretty powerful, but not enough to take out a standard helicopter. You'll be using this if you took this into a combat zone to take out helicopters. The BTR-ZD, would I recommend it? Only in arcade battles. I wouldn't recommend the BTR-ZD in realistic battles, and one of the many reasons why is because of its incredibly long reload. And if you look at the vehicle, your guys are sitting right here. They're completely exposed, there's no cover for them, absolutely no coverage. You get a total of 3 crew members to spare because you got a driver and you got 2 machine gunners for these little coaxial 7.62s. By the way, the PKT machine gun is pretty weird in real life. It's heavy, but it's very rugged. It's got a decent rate of fire, the PKT. And yes, they do have a light machine gun version of that machine gun. The PKT is just a tank variational adjustment version of it, but they have the, I think it's called the PKM, for the one that the soldiers hold is a PKM, but the PKT is a PKM mounted for a tank. And I believe they replace it with the letter T to iterate for tank. I have no idea. But I just know it's a little bit weird, all the iteration of letters for machine guns from Russia. But they do have a designation and there's a meaning behind everything. It's just that when you make a firearm, you literally use acronyms to describe the purpose. If you're looking for a decent type of battle rifle, the SCAR rifle counts as a battle rifle. So it also counts as a DMR, so it's a pretty decent DMR if you want to buy a SCAR, but it's pretty pricey. Now, if you're like trying to farm a XP, I recommend this one, ZSU 57-2. Even though you got light armor for your crew and everything, I recommend it because you still get the literal pack for your punch, and it's literally right here, 151, and you got its high explosive action of 17, which is pretty good. The Chinese version is a lot better because it's got variable timed fuses or something like that, so you could take out aerial vehicles easier with it if you know how to use it. This one right here is also pretty good. You get a pretty decent lineup. Unfortunately, because the 37mm is using the BR version, it doesn't let you use BR-167P, which is the armor-piercing tracer version of it, but it gives you the armor-piercing tracer shell variation of it, but not the hypervelocity armor-piercing tracer shell version of it, because then it would have been just generally overpowered because of the amount of ammunition it has on board. 540 split up into 2 sets of ammunition for the left and right gun. The ZSU 23-4, I would not recommend you use this vehicle to try to farm XP because you're strictly limited because of your small caliber. And I'm just telling you that from personal experience. The chances of you blowing up an actual MBT with this thing is pretty small. You have an abundance of ammunition, and if you manage to take out the vehicle's, primary gun, if they got 50 cals on that tank, you better take out the 50 caliber machine gun too and blow out their tracks and try to light them on fire so that way they can't repair right away. And then you want to take off and run and go to another spawn or go to like a capture point that's already been captured by your team and sit there and wait for help. So, from personal experience, I don't recommend trying to use this to confront MBTs unless you're confronting nothing but light armored tanks. Then you can shred them up. This one is strictly a stationary vehicle if you really want to know. I don't recommend you use this vehicle for confrontations or anything because you're not going to win. Your only main firearm is this. This is your secondary because it's literally just missiles and you cannot dump fire these. It's got decent explosive action, but it's only used to take out aircraft. Once you get to the 256 or the 2S6 as they call it, I call it 256 because of the way it's literally written there. That S looks like a 5, but if you got the Tunguska, you can multitask with this one. You get an array of missiles available, and you get quite a bit of material that's like at your disposal. You can technically use this one if you want to farm XP, but it's got such a low penetration power whenever it comes to using its armor-piercing tracer shells and stuff like that. It's got such low power that you can blow out a tank's main cannon and shred all the tracks in a matter of seconds. And I'll tell you this now, if you take out their gun first, you'll have both their tracks and you would have detracked the vehicle in like 4 or 5 seconds. Then all you gotta do is slowly drive up to their side and shoot all over the side of the vehicle and you'll take them out. Now, if they got that Dorchester armor and that heavy armor from the Challenger 2, you're gonna be wasting your ammunition on that. So if you blow up their main gun and you track the vehicle, I suggest you move on. Because it's gonna be a while of shooting on their sides with that ammunition to really get them. This one right here is the Panstrier. It's the much heavier version of the Tunguska. It features the same machine guns that were armed on the Tunguska, but I wouldn't recommend confronting anybody in this thing because you're going to lose. I've literally, and I'm not gonna lie, I've drove up to this thing before in the T-60 light tank and riddled it with bullets from that light tank and took it out in a matter of seconds. The BTR-80, it's still feasible as a combat vehicle at higher tiers, and I've taken out 11.0 vehicles with the BTR-80. It was pretty good, and the reason why I like it is because of its high mobility. Would I recommend you try doing it? Both yes and no, because it takes a bit of practice. It might not be as rewarding if you're fresh and new at it. As for Germany, this is what I have in their lineup. I have, I think, like one premium tier tank from there. The Trum 3, I got it during the sale that they had. You know, I was really interested in the sale. Somebody said that they've had access to grind XP for the mouse for some time, but I have no idea what panels the mouse is going to appear on. The premium side, or is the mouse going to appear here on the regular tech tree? Because if that's the case, I have to grind for XP again on it. Because I had XP poured into the mouse, but every time it appears, the XP resets to 0. And I didn't officially unlock it, but hopefully this year, if I do manage to see the mouse appear as a grindable tank, I'm going to be spending that entire month grinding to get that mouse tank. I have looked on the marketplace for these E100s, but I don't think they have any of these remaining. This is also another vehicle that I wanted to actually have, and just out of rare curiosity, I was able to actually somehow land myself a test drive of this vehicle from the Gaijin devs. And all I had to do was beat Mike Goes Boom. So, you know, that's just like their 1v1. I think this Monday, or I think it's this Tuesday, they'll be having a stream on Twitch. If you go to their Twitch channel and follow War Thunder on there, you can put in your name in the hat and try to see if you can duel one of them, Oxy or Mike Goes Boom, in a 1v1 battle. And they're going to have a spectator, so one of them is going to be a spectator, but they're not going to be telling the other one what's happening or who's doing what and where they're hiding or nothing. But one of them will likely be a spectator. And the match is overall pretty cool. Of course, if you're also watching the stream on your phone, you might not see where Mike is at, so you'll just see Oxy floating over the map, covering both positions and switching from here to there. It's actually pretty cool, so if you get your name in the hat, you might actually enjoy it a little bit. And if you actually win, you can request any vehicle that they state, and they'll tell you the rules. You can request any vehicle for a test drive, but it has to be, and it's like, I think, a 30-day test drive or something like that. I played with the E100 for a little while when I had my test drive, but that was probably the only request that has ever been made for a ridiculous vehicle test drive, and I enjoyed it. And that's when I was trying to that's when I stopped grinding the USSR, the USA Tech Tree, Great Britain. I stopped grinding that. I stopped grinding Japan. I stopped grinding quite a few of the countries, and I started pouring a lot of time into the German Tech Tree. By the time my rental with the E100 and stuff ran out, I legit was right here. I ranked 4.7, and I was pretty much sitting here, and I had just unlocked the Panther D when it ran out. I didn't get the Tiger 2P or the Tiger H until like a few months later because I was doing so poor. And when I say poor, I mean poorly in grinding for XP in Germany that I stopped grinding. And it wasn't just in realistic battles, it was also in arcade battles. I just did so poorly for like an entirety of a week that it made me depressed. Holy crap. Oh, okay, I thought that was my spawn. I was like, what, I just jump in a game and I'm already fucked? That's actually happened before for anybody who's actually wondering. I've legit joined a game before, and they were already sitting in our spawn shooting at us. And I was like, what happened, dude? It's barely the beginning of the game, and it's only a few smudges of a few little chunks of what's capture points or respawn points that were taken out. They were already sitting in our spawn shooting at us. It was just like that at one point. I'm gonna play War Thunder for a little bit, guys. If you feel like joining in on me with War Thunder and everything, feel free to join in. We're gonna squad up. Keep in mind that I do have a Discord, but I believe it's mostly dead because, you know, I've tried to build up my Discord for like squad chats and stuff like that. There were some people I used to follow who really got me into computer gaming and stuff like that. And I used to follow these people and stuff. I really cared about them and stuff like that, but I think I got like so emotionally depressed and then some crazy stuff happening or something that I just completely lost it at one point. Not gonna lie. I'll be right back. Gonna get something to drink. Hopefully I don't get kicked from the game. actually pretty satisfied with how things turned out with life, at least with this game. Kind of reminds me of Mr. Krabs, where Squidward goes, "What a baby," because Mr. Krabs is crying over the loss of $1 million or some shit like that.
Thank you.
All right. Oops. Forgot I gotta kill that engine power if I want to actually make it down low to the ground.
We're losing.
I gotta kill the engine power if I want to make that glide. For anybody that's watching, you know, like I tell most people, don't forget to like and subscribe. I would start a fundraiser to probably try to make some money or whatever, but I gotta go over that with family before I do anything like that.
Attention to the designated
Plus, if I'm gonna do
zone.
any kind of charity-based work, I also gotta not play copyrighted music, otherwise the artists are gonna want all the money. And believe me, they don't care if it's for charity, they don't care if it's for your family member. They're gonna say you stole royalties from them. They don't care if your family gets buried in a cardboard box. So,
Attention to the designated
you know, if you're gonna use music from artists, don't care if you use their music, because if you're doing it for a good thing, they won't be evil with you about it. But then there are artists who don't care if you wanna do a respectable thing for a family, and they don't care if your family member's in a cardboard box.
Well done.
Returning to the base.
Gotta fly back to HQ.
If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win.
Returning to the base.
Yeah, boy, I took some damage, bruh.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
I gotta make sure I'm over 100 miles an hour on this approach if I'm gonna kill the engine. Hopefully nobody spawns in with a helicopter and tries to shoot me down. I had an issue with that over the last 6 months. People get mad because I'm inside of a prop plane and they just say, "Oh, you're not really helpful, you're a burden to our team," and then they freaking use their helicopter to shoot me down with missiles. So, yeah. Alright, killed the engine, which stops the smoke trail a little bit. long as I don't shoot my main guns, nobody will notice.
The enemy is
I'm
winning.
actually up here.
We've got to counterattack.
Now, a little bit of a history lesson about why they painted the inside parts of the engine of this aircraft and why they painted the nose brown, or this little baby barf green color. The reason why the aircraft was painted these colors around this area is because many of the pilots during the time of the use of these aircraft complained about the aircraft being too shiny and causing them to be blind while flying. And because of that simple factor of it blinding them, it made it very hard for them to perform their job and do accurate bombings during milk runs and stuff like that. I better get off the airfield if I want to avoid getting shot down by the Chinese Wing Long, which is basically a slightly longer winged version of the MQL-1 Reaper drone designed by America that was shot down by Chinese, and I quote unquote would tell you this, it was shot down by a Chinese SAM. So there's a little bit of info for you if you didn't know that. After being shot down, their earliest version of the MQL-1 Reaper system, and it wasn't their most advanced version, it was one of their older versions. Once it got shot down, they started selling them their old versions of the Reaper drones. And a very certain administration that tried running for president recently is said guilty party. And no, their name does not start with the letter T. However, their last name starts with C. They're the ones who sold it to them. There's also another administration, and their last name started with the letter B, and they were also selling some to them, along with the administration whose last name starts with the letter C. But everybody calls them, I'm not going to say it, but yeah. If you ever wonder what happens to the confiscated guns and surplus firearms at the police and, you know, well, I forgot what they call themselves. It's like the little weirdos that come over there and they go repossess all these firearms from people who own them legally, and they say they have them illegally. I think it's the ATF or something like that. But yeah, what happens is when the ATF goes and confiscates your guns, they end up in those administrations, and those administrations sell those guns to foreign countries. So if you think your guns get destroyed, yeah, it's not getting destroyed, bro. They're selling your firearm to somebody on the other side of the earth to keep the money pumping in their wallets for political reasons. So if you ever wondered what the ATF did with your gun, they didn't break it into pieces. Believe me, they're not dumb. They would rather make a profit than to destroy your firearm. I think it is the ATF that handles all that firearm confiscation and everything. But let's make sure. Okay, so firearms, explosive, and arson. They also regulate apparently alcohol, tobacco products as well. But point is, if you're wondering what they did in life, well, yes, there were a few things they did do in life. Yes, there are people who have their fingers into the ATF systems, and yes, they do take what's there, and they do sell it. So, if you thought your firearm was being torn apart, the answer is no, your firearm didn't get ripped apart. These administrations who have their fingers in the system came and picked up your stuff, and they sold it to some foreigner on the other side, probably in the middle of Asia, or in other countries to spark revolutions and stuff like that, or small wars in order to create confrontation or conflict so that America can invade. It's sort of like a particular farming tactic. So not only is this country pretending to be the Hollywood star of the good guys, but they're also the bad guys at the same time. And that's what they say being an American is. It's being the good guy and the bad guy, which helps keep the whole thing in balance. Not only do they snuff out minor and larger evils, but they're also creating minor and larger evils at the same time. It's a double-edged blade. I'll tell you that much. It doesn't mean I'm un-American or I don't believe in the American system, but if you really believe this country has its hands clean, and you believe every other country around you doesn't have its hands clean, this country has its hands just as dirty as everyone else. Because there has to be something. There has to be some kind of scary thing going on in order for the police to have work, in order for something to happen. So there's a reason why people let things go, or why murderers are never found and caught, because it gives the police funding and it gives them the sense of allowing them to have some kind of job or function, because literally without that function, you have no reason to have police. And without police, there's nobody to take care of all the commerce. Commerce meaning you, the regular people. You, the regular people, are what they call commerce, or products. You are what they're regulating. When people get so close to the truth, they silence them. So keep that in mind as well. I'm very close to the truth. And the way I see it is I don't care. Because if they want to make life into a Hollywood movie, fine. They can have their Hollywood movie. Shit, I might as well just make it Payday and start doing things like in Payday. And do you know why? Because that gives people the idea that the American dream is attainable. It gives people the idea that if there's like crazy and whacked out things happening, but the reality is these crazy and whacked out things that are happening are what will make this country an interesting place to live, which also keeps the tourism coming. Because then that means if there's some kind of Hollywood level BS going on, thefts and robberies, it makes people who are daredevils or adrenaline junkies want to come into the country in hopes of catching a slice of some of that sweet, sweet action. People will come here to get their 15 minutes of fame, which means an increased traffic. Quote unquote can't mention this enough. That's literally what the American dream is. If you're still watching the stream, bro, I know my clothes are in the freaking dryer. Oh wait, they were in the wash at last. My bad. Here's what's gonna happen. Wobbly's gonna jump off into the ocean to avoid dying. Probably the smartest idea I thought of.
Somebody, cover me.
Turret rotation mechanism fixed. Starting.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Let's see if this dude buys it.
The enemy's getting closer to victory.
I literally had to jump off into the ocean for anybody who's wondering.
Attention to the designated grid square. Attention to the designated grid square.
Gotta stay silent because I don't have any wiggle room.
Attention to the map.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
We need to put more pressure on the enemy.
Better be ready to pop this guy when he pops up. Seriously, they're like way too close to me still. I know they're not dead. I know he took out one of them, but I know this guy is still way too close to me. Because that tank that he took out isn't the one that I shot at. So right now I have to stay completely quiet.
Attention to the designated grid square.
Starting.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
I would travel the other way, but that would be a retarded thing to do. So let me park this baby right here. If you're watching, bro, give me a second. I'm gonna park myself right here in this corner where nobody's gonna see me.
We need to put more pressure on the enemy. They're winning.
Alright. Okay, so I've legit been shot. Bro's gonna hit the ground. Alright, that'll be what I can do for right now. I need to do some small things. So, in the meantime, I'll leave you guys with my Wobbly banner. What's up, guys? I'm right back to my usual shenanigans. I'm back to my usual wobbly shenanigans. My shenana wobbly. Wobbligans.
Into your vehicles.
Driver ready. Gunner ready.
Wobbly de mí ahí. Tango's by the church. Tango's by the church.
The enemy's getting closer to victory.
Artillery strike in your
Probably
sector.
finished. Oh boy. Looks like I pre-detonated it.
Team back up.
on, man. Providing me more intel. I ask him how many out there. Oh snap, I forgot you could do this right here. Alright, I got commander aim mode activated, but this is going to be a little risky too, because it's going to be about 1 or 2 off to the side.
They're in the air!
We're winning.
Looks like my guys had spotted something inside of the cockpit. Almost had him. Shit, bro, they took him out. Hey, little bastard. Oh, that bastard ain't making it. Not on those fires. He's gonna stall out and crash somewhere. reverse, go back up this hill because your boy getting sniped from over there. And spawn is a little fishy for me. Unless that's the T-64B that exploded right there and that it was a chassis. I just seen go underground. Oh, you don't know all that, you're not in the Macbeth. You're in struggle. But if you want, you can try to use your thing to freaking knock off all the ERA. That's what happened. He was chilling right there and he just managed to snipe somebody by luck. I'm gonna check out the church. Hold on. Boy needs help.
Designated grid zone.
Nah, I'm gonna get a missile in. This high explosive payload system should be enough.
Target destroyed.
Alright. I was right. This high explosive payload system was enough to take him down.
Attack the A point.
Roger. Advancing.
Yo, bro, you want me to push B? It's a bit risky. Especially with my vehicle. I got no thermals, homie.
Our victory is near.
So I have no idea what that person was planning to accomplish by telling me to go to B. Was it A? Stalemated.
Forward. Roger. Advancing.
I gotta make these guys think that there's missiles coming in from above then.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
I agree.
Report.
These guys are probably gonna think there's some kind of a long-range anti-tank missile system from a helicopter from far away. Now I need to make sure this next one lands in the vicinity of those houses way back there. hopefully I managed to use that extremity of my advantage. I got 12 armor piercing fin stabilized rounds remaining, and I got 20 missiles on call.
Roger. Advancing.
I just have to be careful now. Have to get it to a stalemate of some sort.
Attention to the map!
I'm not sure if they're camping or if they're still capping.
Roger. Advancing.
Bro, you're not revealing anybody.
Attention to the map. Reloading.
I could try to get them, but there's no doubt I'll be able to get them. Shit.
Don't me.
Son of a bitch, it's just a friendly. I thought I was fucked.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
I thought the VBIC wasn't a Chinese vehicle. BBCI MCT-30. I don't think that is a freaking Chinese vehicle. That freaking French. Would push forward, but lack of thermals. Well, I shouldn't waste my time with him, but pull out this guy.
Oh, excellent!
Good thing I stayed parked.
Roger. Advancing.
Roger that. Bravo!
Need to monitor this spawn. And if you're wondering why, is it if I don't monitor this spawn, I could die. My brother man has backup for the autoloader thing he's using. It's like commander fire, bro.
Roger. Advancing.
Mission failed. Regroup.
Stalemate. Really nothing I can do. I don't have any thermals, and going into the battlefield in the MBT-70, especially with a load of missiles, isn't exactly the wisest idea. I really don't have enough protection on this vehicle to really make it feasible like the M1 Abrams. But it does have the better gun. An RH-202 cannon is pretty good for this vehicle, because if you look at the M1 Abrams and its standardized ammunitional loadout, that thing doesn't have really much of a defense. And when I say that thing, I literally mean the M1 Abrams only has a 50 cal on top. Right here where my AH-1G sits, I have the IPM-1 series at battle rating 11.0. I have it sitting there, but I don't necessarily use it as much. I play around with the MBT-70 at XM803 because they're rather affordable tanks compared to their counterparts at times. So that's just RB prices. These guys don't really go too much further down on the chain whenever it's arcade battles either. So they're still pretty pricey, even in arcade battles, where these guys really aren't as pricey if I'm not mistaken. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the arcade battle prices anyways. I want to make sure I'm not losing out. 6227, 612, and then I completely passed up the M1 Abrams since they rearranged it. So, yeah, 6,519, I'm saving a bit, and 5,454, but that's because this thing barely has really any mods. Still a 105 cannon, where the XM6227 and 6102, the MBT-70 was originally the most expensive tank that they were designing, and what they learned from the MBT-70 program was later applied to the M1A1's program, or in this case, the M1 Abrams. Before the M1 KVT mod, which is pretty nice, this one comes with purchasing the special pack plus 20 backup vehicles for free. You save 2,200 golden eagles. This one right here is actually kind of worth it. You get 20 backups and everything. Like, even after they implemented it, any previous purchases for these vehicles gave you the backups. So if you purchased them, you got the backups with it. Future technology, I actually missed out on this one by 1 star. This one I wasn't there for because I think I was sick. Like, super sick. Event vehicle overpowered. I believe I was there for this one, but it was just so bad, the level of crap I was dealing with, I didn't want it. This one as well, I wasn't able to like do it. Because it was just, again, really bad. And by the time I got into the event, when I had some free time and stuff like that, even off work, it just wasn't enough time to really grind for the XP. So, again, I was in pretty crap shape. I don't know if I should continue to play realistic battles or not. Just putting that out there. I don't know if anybody wants to join or whatever. but at the same time, I'm also skeptical on how that'll turn out. Because every time I played the game with people, and I'm not gonna lie, like, I'm not talking about my teammates when I'm talking mad shit like the people I'm squatted up with, but I'm legit talking about other people who are like in the lobby with us whenever I go realistic battles and stuff in squads. Plus, another thing is that if we're doing squad chat and everything, that's another thing that makes it confusing because then it doesn't pass the intel on to everyone else. It only passes the intel on to your squad mates, and that's another problem. You still want it to be in general chat so that way people know where the enemy's at besides your squad mate, because your squad mate could be like on the other side of an apartment complex block while you're getting blasted at and you got teammates coming up behind you and you can get some assistance because your teammate who's on your squad can't reach you. You get what I mean? So essentially, that's why I look at it sometimes. I'm just like, sometimes I'm retarded because I don't really think things through. And yes, I do say that to myself. And sometimes I say it in the mirror. Doesn't mean I got a complexity issue or something like that. It just means that I'm really trying to get myself to stop jumping. And I'm gonna say it to try to get myself to stop jumping head first into something because I've jumped head first into a lot of crap already. And yeah, it's costed me quite a bit. And it isn't worth the amount that I've actually lost. So, yeah. What to do, what to do. I take a look at all the achievements right now, and I have none of the stars. Like, we're already on number 7, and in order to get this, I need about 8 stars or whatever. And this is for Finland, and is part of the research country of Sweden. This would be a great tank to the addition to the Swedish tech tree since I barely even touch it. Like, that's the honest truth. I barely touched the Swedish tech tree. And mostly because it's been pretty rough grinding the material inside of that particular tech tree because their tanks are so weird. I also tried to get some stars for this thing, but as you can see, it kind of went downhill. Some of them barely got any score on them at all. And I was absent for some of these. And I'm just going to tell you, it's going to cost $165 if I want to grab. Like, if I want to get it, it's going to cost me $165 to get the airplane. Because that's literally 99 times 7, 999 times 7. That's already 6,993. And then if I want to get the task for tankers, it's going to be another 6,963 or 993. So then we do that. That's 13,986 golden eagles. So at $165, I can buy all of this and the next one and probably buy all of this and get everything. I'll get every tank that's available in this event and I'll get every vehicle. So for $165, you guys can get this stuff. You can get 1, 2, 3, 4. $165 is essentially the total amount you would spend because you gotta blow another 9,000 or another 6,000. And assuming that you get the other star basically for free without having to comp out. So then you do another like literal 6,000. So it's 6,993 to get 7 stars. So we do 8 times 999 is 7,992, and then you multiply that by 3 for $165 right now. And you don't buy it through, and I will tell you this, you don't buy it through Steam money because you're going to spend more using Steam to buy your golden eagles and stuff like that. What you want to do is you want to somehow get logged into the Internet Explorer browser and have your account authenticated through Internet Explorer or whatever for War Thunder, and just pay through the Internet Explorer for your golden eagles. But $165 will literally buy you every tank, the airplane plus camouflage, the little car with the camouflage. You'll get every decoration possible, and you can get the camouflage for the tank. You'll still have to grind for the camouflage for the boat or the plane, so you can get the camouflage for both tanks with $165. If you want the camouflage for the SU-25, you would have to grind the remaining XP, and you would also have to grind the remaining XP for the camouflage for the ship. And if you wanted to convert these to tradable coupon versions of them, which originally, and I'm going to state this, originally you used to just be able to get these things and put them on the market, but since people were making Gaijin coin off of every event vehicle they threw on the market, they decided to have to do the whole upgrade process. Because originally you didn't need to upgrade them for a freaking market sale. But $165 can get you everything without the camouflage. But you can grab one camouflage. You'll obviously get the camouflage for the first little tank they give you, but you can grab one camouflage for the 8-star vehicle, covering the 9th star for the camouflage on said vehicles you're trying to get camouflage for. So $165 gets you almost everything plus camouflage on the final product. So is it worth it, $165, in order to grab essentially 4 vehicles for $165, 4 vehicles? Essentially, yeah, it's sort of worth it. That would make every vehicle that you see here $41.25. So this is $41.25, this is $41.25, this is $41.25, and this is $41.25. And that's all without the upgrade coupons for market business. You'd be spending $170 if you want to get the market coupon upgrades. $170 or $185. Would I say it's worth it? I mean, that's sort of a slippery slope when you think the word worth it, but some of these vehicles, based on performance on other people's reviews and stuff like that off of YouTube, might change the price of that vehicle's market sale, and you might be looking at a $500 vehicle. So you never really know. But these vehicles that they have for challenges and stuff, they come out to be relatively cheap at first because they're still in the experimental testing phase where people are testing it. Just because it's got a amazing gun and high mobility, if it's got wheels on it, you're screwed because there's no neutral steering wheeled tank. So you're not going to be able to pull a 360 on the fly. So, you know, you don't get the benefits.
Driver ready.
However, with wheeled tanks, if one wheel gets shot, you can still move with the other wheels. You just have less mobility. With tanks, you get neutral tank steering. However, your vehicle, like your cars and stuff like that, I don't think I've ever seen one ever do a full 360 from neutral steer. So, it's a little weird.
Allied forces have captured that zone.
So, would I recommend it? Yeah, about $185 will get you everything, maybe the upgrade coupons. Or maybe for $200 you can grab it all, upgrade it, and put them on the marketplace to make you, scrimp up your change. Like, for collectors of warships, people who like to play naval arcade battles or realistic battles, people are really keen on getting, ships that aren't unattainable. It's nice when they have an event because it boosts the player count. However, it's also the most annoying thing that they do too. Because then you have these total no-lifers appear. Or people who only come when there's an event. And there really is, like, a such thing as people who only play the game when there's an event. Thanks, bro. You didn't tell me there was damn T-rums over there, you freaking crybaby. Anyways, this map sucks, so I'm taking the airplane out. So, don't be shocked if I get blown out of the air with a missile. I'm expecting to get blown up. I'm not trying to hang out on this map. As much as I like it for arcade battle content, it's just not worth the amount of goddamn stress I'll get from fucking around with it. That's really all I gotta say. It's not worth the stress I'll get from fucking around with it in RB. Because too many people like to camp specifically right here. You see where these guys are parked on the far left side of the map? They like to camp right there in that goddamn town. And they will sit there, and I will tell you that right now, they will goddamn sit there and wait for you to drive down the road when you're going to A and snipe you from that town. And then they'll wait as people come out of spawn, and they'll shoot from where the town is at as far as they can from the side and just completely riddle the area you're at, full of just armor-piercing rounds, missiles, ATGMs. They will riddle the whole location you're at, literally with just ammunition. It's like they vomited it all over you. They don't care if you make it out of spawn, because their job is to take that away from you. Oh, looks like we already got our first spawn camper.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Look at that, nobody did their job to cover my ass. This dude is staring right at that bastard. He did nothing. What the fuck you doing? I told you to leave the damn game. I didn't say fucking hang out to give me the kill cam, you fucking broke dick bastard. Shit. Leave the fucking game or I'm gonna forcibly quit War Thunder. So that way I can make you leave instead of lingering. That's the reason why I took the damn airplane out. I didn't want to fucking hang out on that map. That map is trash in RB. It's always base rape. Like, no lie, it's always base rape on that map. And I'm telling you that from personal experience. You are not going to enjoy that map in top tier RB. You will not enjoy it. There's very little coverage. The closest thing you have to some cover is actually a hill on the right hand side of you, And that hill, like let's say it's that map. If you're on this spawn right here where A is at in the middle of the town over there, the hill is approximately right here, a quarter of the way to A. However, it takes a second or a minute to get into that dip. Because if you try going to the right out of spawn, it actually elevates, putting you more out there. And then it starts to dip. So you kind of get screwed. 8 ways to Sunday on that one. So from my own personal experience to you, when you're on that map and you know you don't got all the upgrades on your tank, you're probably better off leaving, because once they start shooting rounds into spawn and people who are in spawn start dying, it's no longer worth it. I'm just going to tell you that now so you can spare yourself the those minutes. That's right. Okay, CU-86 little bird. We'll let him chill. If it wasn't a friendly, I guarantee I would have been shooting at it. The little bird actually packs a punch once you get its special armament. It's the cannons. Either they crashed or they landed over there. Now, if I get close enough to them, I could probably help them repair, but that's not a guarantee. Guys, you really did your job. You did your job so well, guys. For the small loan of $1 million. My father gave me a small loan of $1 million, plus some jelly.
Attention to the map!
And he told me, go fuck yourself. Make it on your own. Now that didn't really happen, but I'm making a fucking political joke. Now pay close attention. If you're a part of social media on the internet and you realize there's something weird going on, don't wonder for too much longer about why the social media is declaring any person that tries to stop anyone from doing stupid shit in a public setting racist. You should just know that those people aren't racist. I'm gonna tell you that right now. If you own a store and you got a bunch of people acting stupid inside of your store, making shoppers and other people uncomfortable and unwilling to return back to your store, they're hurting your profits. So, yes, I had an opinion on a post somebody had posted online, and I had an opinion on something that somebody was doing about at a local store. If you're a bunch of goth kids, and it doesn't matter if you're black, white, or whatever race, it doesn't matter, because racism only exists in the mind of the individual who believes it's racist. Now, if the store owner told them to get the hell out of his store because they're black, then that would have been racist. But the store owner asked them peacefully to get the hell up out of his store because they were dancing in it like it was a goddamn newfangled dance craze. So, essentially the guy told him to get the hell out of the store because he was really trying to keep business coming and they were sort of fucking it up. And he asked nicely. There's a lot of video evidence that the guy asked nicely. But the young ladies in question tried to make the guy look like he was some kind of Nazi. And by Nazi, I mean some kind of white supremacist. They tried to paint him like he was Grand Master Dragon something supreme, with a hint of Taco Bell on the side. And that's like something that I want to point out. Like, a lot of people try to make people look like they're grand wizards on the internet so they can garner more quick clicks and views. Society's like, oh, fuck that guy, let's ruin his life, let's get him fired for his job for racism, and they're only telling one side of the story. Why the fuck are you gonna waste my time with that shit? Like, y'all go out there and y'all ruin a man's life because y'all miserable because he told you to get the fuck out? Get the fuck out of the store. I don't care. You didn't pay the freaking company to use their premise for a music video. Seriously. You want to go to the store and start dancing with a fucking 20 or 30 people inside the fucking store, you need to talk to the company prior. Set up a day that you're going to shoot your music video, and you need to pay them the royalties in order to use the store. Of course, they're going to tell you the store is going to be open and it's going to be making sales while it's open. If you want to reserve the store to yourself for 1 hour, it's going to cost you more than $40,000. Because you have to pay for those workers' salary, you have to pay for the time that it takes to shut the store down for that 1 hour to make your video. And that's the goddamn thing. If you don't pay no royalties, don't fucking expect to walk into a store and make a music video or a meme inside of a store. It's okay if it's in a small group of 5 people acting stupid, and that's fine. But it's not okay when you got like 30 people with you dancing in the store, walking down the damn aisle, occupying the whole thing, because then people have to go around you and it takes time out of other people's day, which slows down their shopping, which makes it hard for the company to make some profits. So you being there is more of an object hazard than you're doing. Plus you paid no royalties, so at that point you're pretty much just trespassing or whatever. And it's called criminal trespass when a company asks you already and it's been over freaking 5 minutes since they asked you to get out of the store. It used to be half an hour, but it's actually 5 minutes. After they ask you to get off the premise, after 5 minutes goes by, they can come outside and tell you something. But it all depends on the store. So you can get charged with criminal trespass at gas stations. If you're still sitting outside after they tell you to get off the property, and you're still there after 30 minutes, they can call the cops on you and have you arrested. Because at that point, it's criminal trespass. If you're in an apartment complex and it doesn't matter if your girlfriend lives there, she has to confirm with the people that are working in the complex that you're her boyfriend or some shit like that and that you're allowed to come into the area. Otherwise, if you go there and you see your girlfriend, if people, the staff members see you walking around and stuff like that and they ain't ever seen you there and you're not a tenant, and even if you know somebody there, sometimes they're cool if you know somebody there. But if you don't know nobody there and you're just walking into the apartment complex, you're going to get charged with criminal trespass. If they ask you and you're still there after 30 minutes, you're getting charged. If a store owner asks you to get off the premise, and it depends on what store, what franchise, what brand, if they ask you to get off the premise, you got 5 minutes or 30 minutes, or at the owner's discretion, before you get charged. But because most store owners nowadays aren't dicks, and they like to give people the chance, they give you 30 minutes to get the fuck out. Now, unless you're going to start shopping, meaning buying stuff, and you're actually going to go to the checkout, then that's fine. But you got to buy something. if you're going to be in the store. You can't just be roaming the store the whole day, because then they got to put staff members to walk around the store and follow you. Like me, I used to go to the store and I used to buy shit, but because they think I'm somebody else, I would have staff members following me throughout the whole store, and I asked them to stop following me twice. I had to call the cops. And they said, no, it's because we're pretty sure you're somebody who stole from us. Oh, you're pretty sure? So where's the evidence, bro? And I went, I want to see the evidence. Where's the picture? Where's the camera footage? Where's the evidence? Where the hell's the evidence? Show me some. And then they say, I can't show you that. Well, if you can't show me that, then you're full of shit. And you need to get the fuck on your way. Stop harassing me. And that's what you tell them. Stop fucking harassing me. Unless you have video proof or a photo of me stealing something from the store, and a photo of me walking out with it in my hands, or video footage of me shoving it into my backpack and not paying for it, you don't got a case. Because then at that point, it boils down to racial profiling. So remember that. If they have no evidence that you stole from the store, and they can't just go by, oh, I work at the store and I witnessed this person stealing from the store. You got to take pictures, bro. You can't just say this Mexican woman or this black woman or this white woman or this whatever color, race, or ideological function stole from the store. Take a damn picture or a video so that way there's solid evidence. But don't sit there and say you saw them do it and you don't got a single picture or a video. Because then without that evidence, you have no case. And that's just how it works. Cops can't ask you to leave the store if they can't prove that they saw you doing something. And they can't ask you to leave the store if they don't have physical evidence. In fact, when somebody steals from the store, the owners themselves are required to put the evidence of the person's theft, and they're required to put it on a flash drive or a storage drive so that in the event that they can't prove it, or the person says for them to prove it, they can pull up the video surveillance proving that they were stealing from the store. But people in this world are just as is. They're just as is in how they are. People don't think about it, and that's just the undivided truth. People don't think about it. So keep that in mind. Know when you're being profiled versus, when they're just telling you to get out. Too many people in this world think that, oh, this person racially profiled me. Like, no, they didn't racially profile you. It's racial profiling if they're following you already in the store and you're not a thief. It's just like when I used to go shopping at this one store. These guys were following me around through the store, and it was my first time coming into the store. And I was just like that, getting some fucking food. And they followed me all the way to the back where the sodas were at, and then I went all the way over there where the bag of chips were at, where they had them on the rack, and they were following me through the whole store. And you know what I did? I threw the shit on the floor, and I asked them, are you gonna follow me the whole fucking time, dude? Because if you are, I'm gonna leave.
Allied forces have captured
And they're like, well, I've seen you before here. I've seen you before here. You stole from us last month. And I said, 1, this is my first time stepping foot in this store. 2, I ain't never been here until today. So, how did I steal? Go ahead, prove it. How'd I steal?
attention to the map.
And I said, that's right, your Krusty the Clown having ass can't prove it. I told it to him like that. This Krusty the Clown having ass couldn't fucking prove that I stole from the store. Then he's like, get out, get out, get out. Your people are always thieves. And then I said, oh, I'm sorry, so it's your people. I said, okay, so whenever I go to freaking Walmart and shit and I see your people stealing food, I'm gonna tell them the same fucking thing. Get the fuck out. You Asians are only stealing the rice. And that's what I told him. And he told me I was racist. And I said, no, dude, you racially profiled me because I was of a certain color or race. And you're like, your people always steal from my store. Not every person is like that. And I said, what you did was do a convention of racial profiling. And I explained to him. I said, you know what that makes you? That makes you a racist. And if you're a racist, then you got no business for society. I told him that. I said, so I'm going to put you down on this little thing right here, and then the BNB's going to get in contact. And I said, they're going to tell you, you have a certain amount of time before you are shut down.
We are losing.
I said, because the Better Business Bureau doesn't really do much, but they submit reports, and then if the store has enough issues where it's like racial profiling and all this stuff, you could lose your business license for being unprofessional. Anytime you report a company to the Better Business Bureau with stuff like that, that's where you report companies and stuff like that that are racially profiling an individual. And if they keep racially profiling people, the company will lose its liquor license, they'll lose their tobacco license, they'll lose the right to sell. And eventually, when it gets really bad, the state will tell them they have a certain amount of days to clear out. Anything that's left behind is officially state property. It will be officially donated to whatever charity. Some businesses go out of business because they get enough complaints. So if you're hoping some businesses will stay in business, well, no. It's literally a limited function. You can get run out of business simply for being a racist. Just because your company doesn't mean that you have a right to sell. Yeah, thanks, bro. Yeah, whoever the fuck shot at him, yeah, thanks. You did an amazing job.
Mobility kill.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
Thanks, bro. You managed to shoot him down so that way he could blow my ass up. Real fucking amazing, dude. Real fucking amazing. What a dumbass. Fucking shoot at the damn plane while it's floating right over me. Clown. Like, I'm gonna shoot at him while he's flying right over. The dude literally went straight up, dropping his whole payload, and the guy gave away my position by shooting at my ass. Or in this case, shooting straight up where the position was. He had no clue I was there. And he dropped everything in a panic drop. Thanks to Captain Stupid.
Attention to the map.
Oh, you want me to pay attention to the map? Well, look, little homie, you on your own. I'm gonna go ahead and get this plane blown up so I can leave this match. I will not be providing you any further CAS.
Forces have captured a zone.
Okay, now that that has been pointed out, I will not be providing them any further close air support. So I'm just going to get it blown up and then I'm going to get on my way. Because if they're like this, it isn't worth the CAS. Dude, you really went and threw away your freaking airplane to try to get a prop plane kill. That's sad.
The enemy is winning. We must counterattack.
I can't believe I mattered so much that he would kill himself. Alright guys, we're gone. Match is over. I didn't want to hang out. These guys with their brain damage and everything freaking make everything just so limp. Smells like pizza. Yeah, definitely smells like pizza out there. Alright guys, I'll be right back. I gotta go do something. What's up, guys? I'm back. I wanted to go ahead and tell you guys a little bit about what's going to probably happen in a few minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and see, the stream is like 7:56. Taking a few breaks. And you take a look at how long I've been going. Going for about almost 4 hours for today. I would continue to go ahead and live stream even further to try to further my progress with the YouTube systems, but I got maybe a personal and private thing to do a little bit, but at the same time I want to watch a little bit of Spy Cake's videos and stuff like that, so yeah, it's a little bit on the uneven side here and there, so I don't know, I guess I'll play like maybe another game or two, and yeah. Not sure what else I want to do. I can throw it into arcade battles and hope I get a nice match or whatever. So let's go ahead and do at least like one arcade match. Hold on. I'm gonna try to narrow out like one arcade match, and yeah, I guess that's how I'll top off the rest of this day. So we're gonna have a simple arcade battle. hopefully it's a decent match. Otherwise, if it's not, I mean, I expect it to go to the trash anyway. So, you know, when I go in, I don't expect to like get kills like anytime or really ever. Well, I guess it's not going to work out with the arcade battle because I didn't launch right away. Let's take a look at this. Is it under helicopters where I had it set up, or it's under here? Yeah, here it is. I guess since I only need a little bit more XP for that loadout in particular right there. I guess I could try to get it done in an arcade. Yeah, an arcade battle, because it would be a lot of money to throw away if I go air RB. There'd be a lot of money tossed away if I go into realistic battles with this thing, because I probably won't make it to the bomb target. God, I mean, that's awful. I'm better off making a rack splitting myself. Man, formula changes with rack splitting are pretty bad. Just gonna clip them right there. There we go. Look, the F1's gonna come back my way. Ooh, I got super lucky. Fuck it. Finna head out and get that last bomb target. Better off chasing after the final bomb target. Better launch that out. Just gonna catch up with him in a minute. Tell me that dude pulled a full bitch and then did that shit. Seriously. Could try to get some air to ground in with this guy, but I really need to get rid of this plane, at least on his bomb loadout. City, no kill for you. Got him. Fuck off. This bitch is always going for me. There we go. I got rid of that pile of shit finally. Seriously. Would take fire bombs, but nah, I'm good. Let's see if I can create a loadout with a single 2,000 pounder and put some 1,000s on the side. M9E Sidewinder systems. There we go. Sick guy on friggin' that, but it got nothing else. I could take these, the Mass 401, and these things are pretty good too, in order to handle bases. Could handle airfields pretty deadly, since technically they're napalm bombs. These far-mighty mouses really wouldn't be useful unless you were planning to do a frontal assault on tanks. Well, let's take a look at that loadout. Single 2,000 pounder with two 1,000 pounders and two 750 pounders on the side spars. Still carrying a standard base payload with some AIM-9 Sidewinders, AIM-9E models. They're not any better than the ones that are available. I think the AIM-9E is the earliest variation of it, which means it doesn't have a decent radar or even lock aspect, because it's only rear aspect lock. This one has AIM-9B models, and this is like second generation AIM. That's the thing. These are a maximum payload of only 1,400 kilograms out of 3,000 kilograms. I'm not gonna lie to you. This vehicle is capable of holding more than just this. There's supposed to be bombs with this thing. This vehicle, the F4D1 Skyray, is missing its bomb payload. It's supposed to be right here. This thing could hold two 2,000, I think it's two 2,000 pounders or four 2,000 pound bombs. Should be about 2 or 3 2,000-pound bombs. I don't think I can put anything else here. Yeah. Nothing else. I'm pretty much almost done researching this thing entirely. This is my MiG-29 PF Chang's model. It's a mobile restaurant through the air. It's only got 2 hard points, making it the ultimate shitty aircraft. For its entirety, I'm not lying, this is the ultimate shitty plane of the universe. When I say shitty, I actually mean shitty, bro. They nerfed the hell out of this plane. And the problem is, the PFM didn't have this right here. It didn't have this undercarriage gun. So what version of this plane did they grab and they called the PFM? Because this MiG-21 right here, this particular model is not the PFM. Like I know the PFM was capable of having a total of 3 guns, meaning 3 barrels. The one that was integrated and installed, and then the one on the underside. I also know that this plane was also capable of carrying wing spar machine guns. So you could take a loadout, and not just that, you would have a primary locked in, firearm locked in on the plane's nose, just on the side basically, and you'd have the 2 on the underside and the 2 on the wing spars, making it a formidable aircraft. But it's missing. If you look at this one, the R13-300 model. There's a machine gun on the underside. Termansky R13-300 engine. Termansky R11 F2S300. 5,300 kilograms of afterburner thrust. $64.80 kilograms of thrust of afterburner action. Now let's take a look at the Yak-28B. 510 kilograms of afterburner thrust. And it's the R11 AF300 by Termansky. You know, you can actually buy these engines from the Soviets today. You could buy them, and if you wanted to make a jet car, and I quote unquote tell you this, if you want to make a jet car to send a land speed record, yeah, I suggest using one of those. They're pretty cheap, and other countries are selling them because the engines are supposedly out of style or whatever. And when I say this, I literally mean it. Now, here's something you should know. In a literal sense in dogfighting, MiG-21s, starting from this era and the Yak-38M, all the way to Yak-141 edition model, every MiG-21 that was in production can still compete with 5th and 6th generation fighter jets and still take them down. And if you think that's a fat load of shit, it really isn't. Surprisingly enough, after running a lot of data analysis and a a lot of stuff like that, it turns out these Cold War jets can still do the job. But the reason why they don't use them is because of the lack of hard points. Alright guys, Wobbly would like to thank you for coming in to watching Wobbly Ricks and watching Wobbly play some games for a little bit. I'd like to thank you and tell you much love, hugs, and kisses from Wobbly and stuff like that. Now, that's a metaphor. It basically means take care of yourself, XOXO. Don't let other people bully you in this world, and, you know, don't let people think for you or tell you certain things. If you think that's the life you want to live, remember, think about the decisions you make, because it also affects others around you. So if you want to live a specified life, you could also lose friends living a specified life, but never follow society's examples. Be you, be unique, but do not follow into society's ploys all the time, because then at that point you stop being unique, and at that point you stop being you. And when you stop being you, you are not yourself anymore. You are somebody else. And you're just a part of the collage of that wall, which means that essentially you have lost all individuality, which means you murdered somebody. But that doesn't mean you really murdered somebody, it just means you killed the person that you were. You could have killed the bad person, or, you know, the bad person that you were, and replaced them with someone more or less toxic with society. Or you could end up killing your identity, forgetting entirely who you are and what you stand for, your base principles. And when stuff like that happens is whenever it becomes an issue. Don't be like some people, worrying about what society tells or what society thinks all the time. Take it from me, I've been in many situations where I've dated some very beautiful women, but they've always told me this: yeah, but what will society think about me and you being together? What will my friends think about me and you being together? What will this person think? And I'm like, is that really all you care about, is your image? Because if that's all you care about, you're ugly on the inside and on the outside. Because you care too much about what other people think about how you're going to fit in with society, or how they'll be, or how they'll look. When you're in a relationship with a girl and you've been dating for a year or two, and then she keeps telling you, what will these people think, what will this society think, what would these people think, and what will that person think, what will their parents think, it's not about them. It's not about their happiness. And I always tell you this, and I'm going to tell you this like I tell the women I've been with. Is it about your happiness, or is it about their happiness? Because if it's about their happiness, our relationship just came to an end. Because I won't stand for that. Because if everyone else's happiness matters but your own, you're choosing to be miserable. So remember that. If you're so worried about what society thinks, you're choosing to be miserable versus being happy and not caring. Which means that you care more about what society thinks about you than you care about your own happiness. And when it gets to that point, that means you have no self-respect for yourself. Because it means you're always going to be walking on eggshells your whole life. You're always going to be miserable because you care too much about what people think versus what you should think and how you feel, which means you're toxic. Now, if you ask for somebody's opinion and ask them, what do you think about me dating this person? Now, if the person is beating your ass daily, you should leave, because they might end up killing you one day or some shit. When they see you're talking to somebody and it's like a longtime friend, but they don't know that, they gonna beat up your longtime friend and then blow your brains out. Shit, that can happen to you. But what I'm getting at is this. If your girl is always thinking about what her friends think about you, or what society thinks about you and her be together, even though what you're going to say to her might end your relationship, she might come back when she finally makes up her mind that she doesn't give a shit what people think. But the reality is, if your girl is always wondering how society and people around her are going to act and think about you, then this girl might not be the girl for you. And remember that. A person who cares about what other people think, like what other people think or think in general, and they need that verification, this person is not ready to have a relationship if they need somebody else's approval instead of their own. This applies to both men and women out there. If somebody else believes they need the approval of their parents to be happy, and they need the approval of their friends so that they can have a relationship, then they're not in the right mind to be going out and dating. It means they don't have enough confidence to make the decisions themselves. It means they do not have the physical mentality to maintain an acceptable relationship. Don't put yourself in that spot, man. Move forward and forget about them because they're old news if they can't make up their mind on their own and they need other people to do it for them. Trust me. I've been there a whole bunch of damn times. And you know how many times I got pissed off because they were like that? Every goddamn time. Because I'm like, why do I keep ending up with these dumb bimbos who think they need society's approval? You know what I tell them? They can go to hell and die somewheres because you know what? I'm not dealing with that. I don't want to deal with that because that means you care more about other people's thoughts than your own feelings. That's like saying that you're in a zombie apocalypse and you're like, what is society going to think if I save this man who killed my husband? Society isn't going to give a shit because you have to make a choice of living or dying. You might not know the whole situation. Your husband could have been killing him or trying to kill him because he thought, oh, this guy was going to get with you or you were screwing with him. Now, there's some crazy shit like that out there in the world. People have done it. They shot a random guy that their girlfriend was talking to, and it turned out to either be their brother or their cousin. But oh, they think that they're trying to get inside their girl's pants. Like these things have happened. Don't be that person thinking about what society thinks of them, and don't be that person who assumes. Walk up, talk to them, chat with them. Don't be firm, but let them know this is your girlfriend and be like, yeah, we're dating each other and etc. We've been going for like this long and everything. You make it assertive in a way to where it's not disrespectful, but you let them know that that's who you're with and this is who you've been seeing. And this is the person that is etc. or whatever. You introduce yourself. You make yourself known. But you don't make yourself known in a disrespectful manner because I've beaten up a sad sack of shit before. Because, you know, he was with my ex and he's just like, oh, well, I don't want you seeing her no more. And blah, 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 because now I'm fucking her. And I'm just like, I'm going to keep coming back here whether you like it or not because she happens to like me more than you. And she told me, you're a sack of shit because you don't fucking do what you're supposed to do. And I said, and I'm the one helping her out. And you're the one sitting there eating her food on the couch while playing with a gun every day. What productive thing are you doing to help them? Nothing. And I said, and it's only going to be a matter of days before she throws your ass out when she realizes you're useless. And that's what happened. She threw his retired ass out. But it wasn't just for that. It was because it was some old whole other ball game he was rolling on. And that's why he's not around. He'll never be around ever again because she's afraid he might kill her. And that's why she can coherently hang out with me. And people that she trusts. I'm not going to harm her. But I am firm with her when I tell her, look, if you're going to sleep inside my room and sleep on the bed, I'll be sleeping on the other side. There ain't no funny business between me and you. That's cool. You know, you can chill out on my bed and crash out. I don't care. I'm going to be doing something anyways. On the computer, or I'm going to crash out myself. Just facing the other way. But what I'm getting at is this. I don't pose a threat. And it's because I already know this person. I've known them for a long time. But try not to worry too much about other people's ideals, their thoughts, and what they want. Move forward. Walk past the bull crap. Stop worrying about what other people think when you get into a relationship. I've been pointing this out for like about 2 years now, and I've been telling people that. I used to have some people who were subscribed to me and stuff, and I guess they still are, and they just watch the videos, but try to not care about what society thinks, but try to look for the signs that you're in a bad relationship. Don't just blindly stay there. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your morning or your day or whatever it is you're doing. Enjoy your breakfast, your lunch, your dinner, or if you're having a midnight snack. Y'all take care. Deuces.